Hello? Hello? It is time. There's an update today, which... Oh, okay, no, it's not 4.8. It's 4.7. Okay. I'm just gonna assume it's not... Okay, well, Steam is gonna force me to download it, which means I may as well go through it. Here. Should just be bug fixes, right? This is something that's in the 4.8 thing. Right? Why is this an update? Okay, yes, there's a crash fix. Interesting. Okay, how do I do this? How do I think I just let... I need to let Steam update first, and then I can do it. Because Steam is gonna be, like... Yeah. It is kind of silly. I wish I could just set it up so that... Because, let me check. Yeah, it's because they use the they do the minor version updates. I think there's also, wait. It's not just that like the whole thing is an executable. There's like assets in the file as well, I think. Let me check. I want to see. Because it would be nice to set up or just have it set up in a way that Steam is not gonna update it like this or kind of force me to. Can I say to... Yeah, I can't like turn off an update. The options are right away, Steam decides when, or it updates when I try to launch. I can't actually turn it off. Unless there's some other setting somewhere else that I can turn it off. guess it's just kind of like a waste of my time to download the update and then have that go, and then I just kind of overwrite it anyway. Okay. So I've got to figure out. I think it's just I pull and then I type in. No, it's always weird. I never get it correct. I think I actually had it correct. No, I think what it was is that it was simpler than I thought it was. But then I messed it up the last time I did it somehow. So it's probably I think I just typed your remote. Upstream. I should see it say version 472. There it is. And then I do get status. Okay. What's this? Yeah. Nothing there. Check the log. The last thing I did was I did whip add spring cast constraint. That's fine. Get (472) dash stable. I'm gonna do I onto, and then I say I should really just rebase onto new. I think I just say rebase onto, and or I type rebase onto. Is it that I don't say onto? I do get rebase. Okay, so I think I have to say onto. Rebase upstream. Branch name. So I should say, what does onto mean? So I don't think I need to say rebase onto like this. I think I just need to say get rebase upstream the tag is all I have to say, but with interactive mode. So I think I take this off. I will say upstream, and then I say the tag. I think this is all I should have to say. And that's wrong. Okay, that's wrong. That's wrong. Delete that. Quit. Cancel. And I need to check that I'm not in a weird place. Okay. So I have to say onto. Now this looks correct. All right. That's a lot. Um, okay. Manual update these. Yeah, there's not any. Yeah, they only do fixes. They don't do like updates like that. Wait. No. They never mind. Godot is dumb actually. They do make minor version changes and break API. They like have some other thing for that. It's like if you couldn't technically load your project in the new version without like some small manual fixes, then they call it a major version. Or they're just like totally market brained and they just call it a major version when they feel like it's been long enough. Or just, oh, there's some big change here, let's call it a major version. Alright, I need to not go there. Should be everything. Should be all good. Maybe drop add getter for body inverse inertia diag. Yeah, okay, this should be good. So what I want to see then is hopefully I probably have to fix some things. Just yeah. This always I wish it could somehow remember. How I've like previously resolved something and just keep it resolved. So what do I want? Is it really getting upset because it can't figure that out? It can't figure out the closing bracket? That's exactly what it is. It's upset because it can't figure out the closing bracket. None of my code here. Though it wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be here. Get rid of that. Okay, and that's all it should be. Why'd you format? Don't do that. No. No, no, no. Don't tell me they changed the formatting. Okay. I'm going to save without formatting. Close the file. Reopen it. Okay, so it really insists on that. Okay. Iterate IK3D. Wait a second. I think I can drop this. Because I'm not even using iterate IK3D anymore. I just wrote it myself. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this. I don't know how to drop this one. Can I tell it to skip? Skip this patch. Skip this patch. I'm going to say git rebase skip. Because I'm definitely not using that anymore. The commit is add method what commit is this? Add solver info retrieval. Yeah, I want to skip that one. Wow. That was so loud. Why is this failing? What? What? Okay, wait. What is that? What is the problem with this commit? Why is that failing? It's literally just adding to empty lines. Okay. So I need to see. Is this like PR add angular spring max torque and linear force? Is this something that I skip? Because that's weird. Because apparently... Oh, it's an order problem. There's an order problem. Can I... Is it an order problem? Because it looks like this is an order. Because... I don't think there's an empty line here. How does this fail? Why is it like this too? Because this shouldn't be touching this line, and yet it's complaining that this line exists. I had this issue before too. This... Okay, well, I can actually see it. So, 119332. set param z. Let's go to physics. Okay, so yeah, this is the weird thing. It's here. It's right there. So what's your issue? Because it's there. It's super weird. Why does it behave this way? Maybe it's like the specific thing, the specific commit that I've pulled is like outdated, maybe? And maybe I just need to reapply it at the end and it'll be fine. Maybe that's it. Because the commit is marked as having been put onto the file as it looks like right now. But I think the commit that I've been using is one that is put on a file that does not look like this. So I think I might say skip and try this again. Can I see what's on the list? Edit to do. Add quaternion targets. So this one is added first, I think. Also, I feel like some of these I may actually want to reorder these commits a little bit. Like, I probably want the PRs to be early. And then... Okay. Let me quit without saving. I'm going to do git rebase. Abort. So it should just bring me back. Okay. Alright, let me try this. I'm going to reorder this. I think I want to do the PRs probably first. And then after the PRs, I do any fixes that I stacked on top of those. And then... yeah. Okay. I want to move this one... Okay, well, it's a pick, so... Let me see reword, and I'm going to copy in the new... Close that, don't save. I'm going to copy this commit, because this is the real one that I want to use. Because I think this one... It's not that one. It is... this one. That one's actually fine. This one needs to go before that one. This one, I don't think I need to reword it. And let me check if that commit's changed too, because if that commit changes, I want to get 118997. I think the commit hash just changes when I pick them. But this one, I think the order that it's happening is this one. Which one actually happens first? I mean, I think because I think, like I said, I think I'm actually right. I'm using the old commit. So this is the first one that's used. 118997 is the first one. And then this one is actually a new commit, which I just got that commit hash updated. But let me also update this commit hash, because I want this new one. This one probably also had some changes. That way, I guess. So get those two. Here, add jolt distance constraint. This one I think has also been pulled. 103958. Do they try to get these in the order that the PR is made? This one's not been pulled, so it actually should be put last. It definitely should be put last. So I'm going to put a gap there just so I know. Add a solver. This one is mine. 119976. But I don't know when it was added. It's also small. It does mess with that on everything. I mean, almost everything. Is that actually every joint? Why do I feel like it's missing? It must be missing something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 joints. This one doesn't happen on distance constraint. It's been merged. Okay, do I need to... Do I need to make sure that the distance constraint does this? I probably should. It's probably really a good idea for me to 103958. It's probably going to be a really good idea for me to put a comment on this and say, hey, there's solver priority now. You should make sure that it's this one is put on there. Unless he's already done it. It would be on this file. update enabled update iterations. The pattern is, that's not it. The pattern is to call update joint. Yeah, I need to put a comment on here and tell him that this has been changed so you can hopefully get it. Because I'm realizing now that that's actually a problem. Because I think I have that. I'm gonna tag him directly. I don't think I necessarily need to. Oh, I can just do, if I click here and do review, I can tell him the change and he can just say accept or something. Which it should only be. It's like joint make distance, and then it says. This one won't do anything. It is specifically making this change. Instead of calling it underscore enabled iterations, it should just be called update joint. Joint 3D. So these files should be good. How do I do this? Suggest change. Should I do start overview? Okay, I'm confused. Suggestion? Change it to update joint? Yeah, okay. That should be it. 19976. Hopefully that pops up correctly. Yeah. Okay, delete that. So this is merged to 4.8. This one is tagged 4.8. It's tagged 4x. I mean, honestly, that probably should just mean 4.8, but because they could put it in there 4.8. This isn't like a difficult thing, I think. I'm gonna probably close that. Probably, and then I do. Okay. The PRs, add jolt distance constraint. I'm going to edit this and make that change. So that means I want solver priority to be before that. This is also merged. I don't believe anything should conflict because of where this code is actually being added. Yeah, there should be no conflicts there, so I can put that where I want. Was there any other PR? Maybe drop. Okay. Gonna edit that one. I want to put this build stuff first. And the changes to it as well. Can I just write drop? I can just write drop, but I don't even have to write that anyway. I'll write drop just so that I can keep it organized. And I'll put these at the bottom of the list. Well, I don't know. I can put them here. Just give me like my edit section. I don't need that anymore. I I also don't really need this anymore because I'm doing all my own iterate IK stuff. Don't need this. I think I want to keep that one. Don't want this. I have no clue if the order of these matters if I'm dropping them. Make rest corrections apply even in deterministic? Let me check what that is, because this could it's probably not my own code actually. Or it's not the GD script stuff. Yeah, that would be a GD script, that wouldn't be here. Yeah. This is not, I'm not using that at all anymore. Build script. Oh, okay. So this happened. Okay, I should just check. Add custom build script, add dev flag, update build script. When did I add that? Update build script, and then the next one after that is add dev flag. So this is before add dev flag. Right, and then anything that I am stacking onto a PR should be right after the PR. Though there is, I think, something interesting happening here where that probably doesn't exist yet, so I'm actually going to leave it. Set threads for building to 18. This is before add dev flag. Yeah, before add dev flag. Make this use constraint space orientation. I think this is right after a specific commit. Adequate turn and targets. This is, yeah. Right after adequate turning on targets. So I think I want to do that there then. Is there a way to like break, stop here? What I was thinking is I could add in like fake commits in here, just empty commits, just with the message that say PR section. Core change section or something like that. I can also merge, add PID controller, and then the fix can be merged together. Use commit, meld into previous commit. That's perfect. Squash that one. Fix joint 3D gizmo visibility and fix again. If joint not is visible and then fix again, what does fix again do? Is visible in tree. Okay. So 338. All right. Okay. So I'm going to try to move this back. But I'm sure it's going to tell me it's bad. Because the lines are in different locations. And, you know, in theory, that line shouldn't match. Well, let me check. This is redraw function. Yeah, it's redraw function. So it's probably not going to like that, but that's fine. Can I like, I can, yeah, so I think I want to say keyword squash, because these two probably need to be merged. These two probably need to be merged. Okay. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna attempt to copy this. And put it into another file. No way. Why is that in the copy? Please work. I think if I go into insert. Okay. I try this then. Is there a way that I can write this file? I really need to save this file. I middle clicked and pasted it all in twice, so like why is the middle click in that one different? This is really upsetting. It's a weird thing is happening. I think it's just Vim. I think maybe it's just Vim is what's happening. Something weird is going on where I can't, because normally a right click here actually allows me to copy, because everything here is like the same settings that I use for editing, but it's not actually NeoVim, I think. I want to actually copy it. Plus Y? Real? Plus Y. Star Y plus Y. Why am I recording? Stop recording. Plus Y didn't work. Star Y. Which one is star? I can just count. Why did that just happen? Why'd you just go down? Why did it do that? No string under cursor? Okay. Is this actually like... Yeah, that's plus. Okay. So am I supposed to do equals? Like... That's not what I have. That's just not what I have. Huh? Oh my gosh, I'm not seeing the quote. Quote plus couple register not available. Okay. Quote star. Also, I accidentally pasted, which could have been really bad. Okay. Quote star y. Quote star. They're just different. Literally, different things are happening right now. Paste with a middle mouse button. They're literally just different registers. They're literally just different. That's crazy. They're not copying in that way at all. Oh man. Okay. So vim how to save to but keep current file as normal save. How to save the new file and keep working the original one. Use W with a file name. So I just want W and I type in the name. Okay. W, well, where am I at? Okay. One and Control G. Echo add %. Okay. That seems weird. That's not what I was expecting to see. Can I get the full path? The full path. Odd. Okay, so I will do right. I'll just give the path, I think. I think that's a bad. Awesome. I got it. So if I messed it up, I'm like, oh, I want to flip those two around. I can just go edit it. All right, cool. Double check. So all the PR should be first in the list. I want to edit that one. It should be going after these. I want to drop all the iterate IK. Or just all the IK things because I do my own thing. Add the custom build script. All the build script stuff. Okay. Instantly got a conflict. How? Did this depend on something else to be running first? Add quaternion on targets. (118) and 997. He's probably left a comment like this needs to happen after this. Okay, well, what's the conflict? What's the conflict? Both added. Is this commit just really messed up? Like, why is that a problem? Also, what? What are you talking about? That's not true. Ah. What? Huh? Linear drive force limit. I'm very confused. Add quaternion. This is the first thing that should have been added. Because I know what this is. What? All right, all right, all right, all right. What did I mess up? I am super confused. I'm very confused because this commit isn't, that's just not there. That is not there. That code is not here, so somehow I already have a commit adding this because it's not here. That shouldn't be possible because I should just be starting on this branch and putting commits on top of it, which literally the first commit has failed. Because that's this one, 119332. That's supposed to be this one. Yeah, what? This is adding after angular targets. But it's already here? That doesn't make any sense. It can't already be here. It can't already be here. Okay. So something has just bugged out there. Something's just bugged out. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how this works. It applies top to bottom. I think it even says it at the bottom. Executed top to bottom. That code shouldn't be there yet. So I don't know how that's, I don't know, that's not possible. It's not possible. Okay. So I'm just going to write it again. Because that doesn't make sense. That code is not there. The very first commit I'm adding already is not, it should be starting with 472. It should be starting at 472 and going from there. Get rebase. Should I not just be typing in get rebase? Then get rebase. Is that what I messed up? It was way simpler than I thought. Okay, so fortunately, I've got the whole file. Unfortunately, I can't copy it over. I mean, I have it copied in the buffer. Okay, let me just start over. Add quaternion targets. So I want this PR first. Add quaternion targets. And I actually want a different commit entirely as well. can I... Aha, okay, so I could edit it here. I can do that. Okay, so that's what I want to do. Okay, let's just back out then. Okay. So I can say right, and then I can do... All right. Please don't be weird. And tell me I have a conflict instantly for code that just actually doesn't exist. Okay. This is fine. Maybe. Add jolt distance constraint. So that's really sad to see actually, every physics server file is not what I want to see. So what's your issue? It's conflicted with target rotation. That's a joke. It's distance constraint, actually. Maybe that is... Oh, yeah. It does have some really bad conflicts, doesn't it? One oh three nine five eight. It probably actually is just in conflict. Modules, jolt physics. Physics server. Get flag. Get type. Okay. And why is it formatted that way? Because I know it's gonna drop that. I know it's gonna do it. Oh, it didn't. Interesting. Get to the physics server. And then all the physics server. You know what? It must be that I actually just had mistakes then, isn't it? When I've been rebasing. Because now that I think about it, whenever I do this, I am literally changing the commit. So the next time I rebase it, it should actually just work every time. It shouldn't be failing every time. Because the commit's changed. So I must just had some... I must just have been doing it wrong. What? Enum skill before. Okay. Should stop on one of these because I want to rename it. So this is going to be to prefer virtual set and virtual get. That's what's going to happen. I'll just copy that. Prefer virtual get and set in objects. Just first implement the get virtual. Because the next one should, yeah, see next command to do squash into this one. Oh. That's funny. It was actually gonna let me do it anyway. Well, they're just smart, aren't they? They just knew. Whoops. That's what I would have done. Could not apply. Scene. Okay, yeah. This is fine. I just kind of need to pick where I want to put it now. Yeah, I think I want to put it at the bottom. So. Where? Yeah, because the PRs are first, so as long as... Yeah, should be good. Yeah, because if I end up with another PR somewhere in the middle of it, or, you know, I rebase this onto like 4.8, this should be here first, so this commit's going to see, oh, here's what I'm doing, I'm adding this after this, and then it's going to be fine. That's at least how it should go. There's a squash in the middle. So I'll just do this. Cool. Oh, wow. What is this? Implemented 3D joints, get applied force, and get applied torque. Yeah, that makes sense, because I think this was before all the PRs. Or most of them. So dock... Yeah, this whole thing has to be fixed now. Start with this one. This is alphabetical. All right. So that means these are after this one. Good. So that's good. I was like, this is definitely not the order that it's written in the file. It's alphabetical. So alphabetical, which this should also be the same thing again. Oh, yeah. Modules, Godot, physics, and Jolt. Servers. Yeah, okay. Why does this one not have conflict? Because that one's like at the bottom of the file. Yeah. That's just silly. Yeah. So okay. So I want this down here, and these go away. I feel like I've seen before that the commit can still fail, or at least like it looks like it's fine, but then it actually fails because of just how the lines were laid out. And when I mean fail, I mean like the commit passes, but it creates broken code. But it should be like, if it should be like comparing the hash at the time that it was made. So if I change a file, it should be doing like that. So there should be like no way. I feel like I've seen that before, where it's happened. Either I did a rebase bad, or maybe it was just like I made a mistake. Because I think I was like just trying to do one commit, and I merged it, and then I'm like, okay, cool. And then I hit build, and it's like the code was all screwed up. It was just completely wrong. So maybe it was just me. And then it should tell me this. Yep. No, stop recording. Stop recording. Cool. Cool. 94 and 40 different commits. minutes. I should do... I think a build fails right now. I'll run it anyway. But I think a build fails right now, because I think my work in progress commit has syntax errors. Possibly I can look at it. Yeah, I don't see any syntax errors there. At least not obvious ones. Oh, I'm just adding two. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so probably no syntax errors. But this should be getting compiled kind of late, I think. Because I think it does like all, basically all the editor code, and then it does all the third-party code. At least I think it does. Yeah, it's got a weird order. I feel like it should do all third-party stuff, and then it would do all core stuff, and then it does editor stuff, but it does like... Yeah, it does like modules, which are like the most dependent things. It does a couple files from main. Well, maybe that's actually all the files that are in main. And then it does drivers, which I feel like drivers should definitely be probably one of the first things that happen. And then it does editor. Before scene. And I'm definitely sure the banner flashed. Pretty sure the dependency is the other way around, where scene is where editor is actually dependent on a lot of scene things. Oh yeah, it definitely is, because the editor is like gizmos, where it like reads in node stuff from scene. How is it backwards like that? I guess compiling the order doesn't matter, because nothing really matters until you get to linking. So C++ is weird. But I think this funny thing, isn't it still a case where during compiling, if you have a function defined twice, it actually will complain about it if it sees that? That might be like a header stage where it checks that. Like it gets the file and then checks the headers. Yeah, I think it's like an inline function thing. Yeah, never mind. Those are inline functions, because it has to know them before it can compile. And if it finds two, then it will definitely complain. It didn't do any third party. It did a couple third party files. Huh. Interesting. Compile days. It still says 0, so I don't need to update it. Linking could fail because of the work in progress file. Yeah, that one probably will fail, because I may not have defined every function. Actually, maybe it doesn't matter unless the function is called. I think especially if they're virtual functions, I think it actually doesn't matter unless they're called. Except for pure virtuals. Those ones must be defined, but if they're not a pure virtual, it's a runtime error when you call it. It's not a compile error. So I can implement an interface that doesn't have... What am I saying? I mean, if the interface isn't a pure virtual function, then it has a default implementation. So of course it doesn't matter. Okay. I'm going to check the... I need to... really commit to my memory what the function I just... or what the command I ran was. Because I think it was way simpler than I thought. Get rebase I... and then the tag. I have to do get fetch upstream, get rebase I, and the tag. And that's it. Because those tags are all put on master, I think. No, it's going to be weird. Okay, so as long as I'm staying on the 4.7, it's going to be fine. But once I go to 4.8, it's going to be a big problem. Because it's not going to... Well, I think it actually will be fine. Because it just goes backwards until it finds a common commit, and then it starts from there. Which... Yeah, when that happens, there's going to be a bunch of 4.7 things that are added that I probably need to remove. Okay, so rebase I, and then the tag. Way simpler. All right. Will it compile? And then this is like all these files have changed. Or I think it's just complaining because I need to force push. Okay. So the commits that I dropped before I force push, I'm going to look at them and make sure that I definitely don't want them. I definitely don't want that one. I'm not using that one. This was for debugging. Which, yeah. Now that I can actually run the debugger from here, I'm good. So I don't need that even just for that. That I can debug it properly now. This one, I made a lot of changes because I wanted to use the built-in thing, and I'm not using it anymore, so anything that modifies those files I really don't need. What is this? Fix bone error -1. Is it possible that my changes caused that bug? That is in iterate IK. I don't know. Technically, I could drop that one too. I actually can definitely drop this one. Because if this is an iterate IK3D, I'm not using iterate IK3D anymore. Alright, so how can I How do I drop a commit in the history? This is funny. I entered a curse word into my code, and I pushed the code to master. I feel like the way this is written, it's like by someone in school, not even in college. Like, yeah. Actually, it's written really well. Hmm. Git rebase ABC. I'm assuming ABC is the hash. ABC is the hash. What are you saying? Assuming ABC is the hash of the bad commits elder sibling. Copy the hash. Tilde. Remove the commit. Okay. I actually do want to drop that one. That one, who knows where it is? Change log. Okay. Yeah. Because that's if that's the if that's the file that it's in. And hopefully it's not going to give me those conflicts again, like because that should be fixed. I've been having that recurring issue where I just have conflicts continuously appearing. Okay. So I remove that one. This one is removed. Make rest corrections apply even in deterministic. Can I see like a short log? Is there like... I wish it would just... Why is this page loading forever, by the way? Okay, stop that. Log. Log. Options. No decorate. Name only. What is this? Implies patch. What are these charts? Commit formatting. One line. Sweet, okay. This is what I want to see. What? It got messed up. Because this has that, which is wrong. How did I mess that up? Oh, because I changed the commit, but I didn't actually edit it like that. Okay. 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 Well, dang it. Yeah, I really messed it up. Okay, so I need to fix the history then, because that just has to be fixed. Now, I was specifically looking to see if I had a certain commit, which was make rest corrections. I don't see make. I don't see the word make. There's a make. No make. Okay. So that commit's gone. That's fine though, because I'm not using that. Add immediate parameter. I definitely want to keep that. And I should still have it. Add immediate. Make ccdik. Yeah, I didn't see another makes. Remove hard-coded. Yeah, okay. Because I think that all that chunk of code is deprecated right now, and it's probably been removed in the latest version already. Okay. Okay. Right. So I guess what I want to do is I probably just want to add all of these and then drop that one. But I think I've already dropped it. So git rebase I, and then I want to give, I'm going all the way back to this one. Okay. So I want to reword, reword, whoops, reword, and then I should be fine with everything else. So this is adequate turn and rotation targets. One, 8, 9, and 7. And then I also just gonna do that. This one has like a completely different name. So it's just this line. And then I want to get rid of this. Okay. All right. If I messed up, then I messed up. Okay, everything looks... All right. I I'm gonna get food. Yep, I'm gonna get food. So I'll be back. I am back. I've got food. I'm going to eat. I did on. Who is Steve? Steve Mama? What? Okay. I'll be right back. I am back. Is Spider-Man able to work anywhere else besides New York or a place with large buildings? He can work inside buildings. A forest. I mean, the thing is, he can also run fast, right? Like, he's actually pretty fast at running. And plus in combat, I mean, you don't need a wall. He doesn't need a wall to fight. Because he can also just jump really high on his own. So he could just jump over somebody and web them into the ground. Okay. But I don't know. I don't know anything. Okay. So I think I said before that I'm just going to let this be the closest collision. But I don't know about that. I really don't know about that. I believe what this is that this I think the way that the cast works is that it will just do a cast. It'll look at every shape. It'll do a cast and return the hit. And then it comes back to you and says, all right, what do you want to do with this? And using the early out, though I'm not sure what the point of this is anyway, because if this is the early out fraction, like what's the point of doing this? Does it do anything? I don't know. Is it supposed to use Raycast as collision? You shouldn't, but you could. Okay. I can upgrade it later to handle, like, say I want it to support 3 simultaneous collisions. I can make it handle that later. I'm just gonna use the closest one. But I do realize now I think I have a problem because of this. What I'm doing in a certain place is I'm adding bodies to be ignored, and I'm recasting. This is done at walls, where I ignore an object I attempt to ignore an object if the angle is too high, and I cast again, and if there's a better angle, then I use that one. Right now, that's not supported. So this has to allow me to add exceptions. I can't use a layer filter. It would specifically have to be a body filter. Okay, let me see if I can find out what... early out fraction does. What is it? Cast shape collector. I'm not going to look at that. I mean, I have to, but I'm not going to. Gotta lift this up. What now? The reason like people on Reddit call everyone a Nazi? No. They told themselves to do that. Nobody told them to. Nobody outside of the group told them to. Okay. So it must be that because I see this call for force early hit, this is just setting, or early out, this is just setting it to infinity. And then, yeah, then it would just stop. So maybe I should just go for it and have it two things. Okay, well the biggest thing is I need to have some way to add bodies to be ignored. And then I want to have it so that I can set a number of bodies. Not really a number of bodies, but a number of points to take. Well, maybe both. Maybe I would say, how many bodies do I want to grab and how many points per body do I want? And I'd probably say, like, get me 4 bodies and 3 points per body. Fake collector. Cast a box. That gets passed to this collector. Broad phase, okay. The GTA 6 leak got some people disappointed because the game looks like the generic crap anyone with a brain would be able to guess it was going to be. I don't know about that. I only... What? Whoa. Where is Broadface? Is it on the out? Nope. Honestly, I'm not really following. GTA 6. Probably because 343 specifically has burned me too many times on caring about anything pre-release. To the point where I actually kind of don't. If I see it, I'm like, okay, cool, that looks good, but also I don't care until it releases and I see someone playing the game. And also I get to hear what they think. Where is Broadface? Broadface. Where does this come from? Collision Pro. Of course. I'm gonna guess it's probably. I think Quadri is probably what actually does it. Cast AA box. Cast AA box. Cast AA no. Tree. Tree's a constant. Quad tree. Cast AA box. Wow. Damn. Collector add hit. Should visit. Should visit node. Okay, I see it. I see how it's working. Okay. So I have body filter. Probably the way that I should do it is I should have a well, where does body filter come from? Who knows? Probably the way that I want it to be is that I just create a filter that ignores bodies. And also, hang on. I need to go back to narrow phase. Okay, so it checks body filter, the provided body filter that I've given. In body filter. In body filter. A little bit of name shadowing, but that's fine. So it just checks that does on body release lock the body, release lock, collect. So yeah, my thinking is I probably just go through, I pull I probably have a third parameter, which is like the maximum number of things that I'm even going to track. So it's like, yeah, we can take 3 bodies, but once you've reached 8, you can just stop, kind of thing. Because I can imagine that could cause a lot of problems when I'm doing a ray cast to a ground and there's like a bunch of small like bullets or something on the ground. I mean, those should probably be filtered out by the they should probably be filtered out by how? Object layer filter? Object layer filter? Broad phase layer filter. Cast, okay, so that, right, that's where that's used. So that would be used to exclude small things that it shouldn't be colliding with. Like bullets on the ground shouldn't have collision with feet. Or this like leg thing, because that would just be ridiculous. Slightly larger things, maybe. Probably not. Like I think in this case there's be like large parts of robots. Like if there's a large robot piece on the ground, that should be walkable. And in that case, I think I do want to be able to apply, at least when you're walking into it, there is a case where that cast could be colliding with the floor and it could be colliding with the body at the same time, and it can kind of share forces with those to, I mean, they just share forces. Which could help out with things like the normal, where on my side I'm trying to check. I do my floor calculations based on the best normal of a static body. So if I have static bodies, I'm using the best normal from those. If none of those are valid, then I would use the best normal from whatever else. But definitely that case. The spring, however, I guess that kind of becomes the issue with it, is how does that determine the length of the spring? Maybe that's the actual problem. Because what's most likely to happen is that I walk into a wall and the 2 points are actually so far away from each other that I have to have some way to figure out what the actual length of the spring is. I wonder if it's possible to just collide with all of them. Apply spring forces to all of them. So I could measure out, I could just do all three of them, right? And perhaps order, so I collide with the most massive bodies first, and I share with those, and then I share with the smaller bodies. Yeah, probably do like static bodies first, and then smaller bodies. Static bodies, the most massive bodies, and then smaller. It is on step, so it's actually not that big of a problem if I sort everything beforehand. I'm not sorting it every single time. I have the order that I have a known order that I'm gonna do velocity solves in. And then I could technically take those on as collision stuff. Yeah, because I think the way that the constraints work is that collision detection happens. It sets those up and then adds them to... Is that how that works? Or does it solve collision ones? No, that wouldn't make any sense. It would have to do them all together at the same time. It would have to. Can I obtain the contact manager? I think I've already looked at this and I determined that I can't do it. Yeah, I can't access it because it's private. Yep. Tough. All right. Let me look at how does this do... I think it's on space. Direct space state. It's probably this cast motion thing. Collide shape motion? No. Cast motion? No. It's cast motion, isn't it? Parameters exclude Jolt query filter 3D body. What is this? It extends all the filters. Yeah. Should collide with the layer. Should collide with the body. Get user data. Object. Excluded has object get RID. I need some way to say, given an RID, get the actual body and then get the ID from the body ID. Interesting. Should collide locked? Is that really how it goes? Checks if it should collide, then it locks it, and then it checks if it should collide locked. Because it could change. Okay. All right. So how does it work to get the body then? Because somewhere it has to be like get body state RID or something like that. Jolt body 3D. Do that. Okay, so I would get a Jolt body from the RID that way. And then what? Is just stored here. I'm actually also realizing something else. I can't ignore the body until a step has passed. I think the way that it works is that it steps the space and then it grabs collisions and then it returns back to user code. So then when I'm calling, I have the collisions from the previous step. I update whatever, and then that runs. However, I don't get those steps until okay. If this is something special that I need, I think it's possible for me to tell it to do like a manual update mode, and I can update it when I want to, because that should also be a safe time to update it. To update the raycast is to call it there, have it do all the collision detection stuff, and then I say, all right, I don't like the normal. Let's ignore this body. Go again. And then it goes again. And then I check there and I'm like, okay, cool. We're all good. And then I let it work on the state that it's been left in. Okay. So still the question is, how do I tell it what ID to ignore? How was this happening? I need to go from this to the actual body that it really is. This extends shaped object, of course it does. Jolt object, of course it does. Is this where it finally says body? Okay. Not confusing at all. We have jolt object to shaped object to body, but the body is an object. Okay. So I do have access to it there. So from the ignore, I can obtain the jolt object, grab the body, grab the ID, pass the ID. Okay. So I want then a filter that can contain several, or maybe I just need to implement one. I actually saw it. This is a broad face layer, object layer, body filter. So body filter comes from physics body filter. Okay, so should collide takes in the body ID, which is going to be way better, right? That should be way faster. So I would just create one of these that does that. Multiple bodies. Yeah, so I think I just say multiple bodies. Filter chained. Ignores a single body and change the filter to another filter. Oh, hey, that's great. So I create ignore single body filter chained, and then I would add on the other one. That other filter. Which will just return. Okay. Ignore single body filter chained. So this is what I want. Because the way that I want it to work is I had the single body filter chained, which comes from body filter, which is not actually there, but should be fine. What's up with the ordering of these? Oh. Oh, that's really annoying. I don't think I need any of this. I think I take all of this out. I think I take all of, like, almost all of this out. What does this do? Yeah, I pretty much don't need anything. I basically need nothing but body. Which should already be included. Yeah. I don't need... I really don't need any of this. Non-copyable? I guess I need non-copyable. It's already written. What a weird ordering. Okay, so I should just need this. I'll leave that like that. And yeah, I'm going to change it so the way that this works is that it's going to create that single body chained. And that one takes a reference. So it has to exist. Okay. And then I'll have a default filter. Geez, type. Body filter. Creates that. I can use it because this has no pure virtuals. And then I say Did that just import something? What is all this? Why is it doing this? I'm just gonna cut all that out. This is for what? I think it might actually be here. It's not here. This includes Jolt. Raycast, shapecast, cast result. Okay, so I'm actually gonna guess that I probably want all of these. Except for these shapes that are in the middle. Though I do want sphere shape. I don't know if I need this. Because it's not in here. And it's not here. So I don't need it. I don't need it. I could just move that line up. It's exactly the same thing. Jeez. Yeah, okay. So I'm definitely going to ignore in vehicle body ID. In spring body ID. How is that not a compile problem? I guess because it was never used, so it didn't even compile it. So it is set up to include that. Then I need to have settings to limit how many bodies I collide with, how many points per body, and how many bodies I can check. And then I guess what I'll say for spring length is I calculate a length for each point, and if that length is smaller than is too much smaller than the furthest point, I guess, then I clear everything more than some distance away from, what do I say? If I think of like a sliding window, this is how big the window can be, and the window is determined by I guess what I do is I fix it to the furthest point, and I let all points within some distance closer than that count as the same hit. And the length that I use is that furthest length. And then if I find a point that's too far out, I say, all right, well, we need to include this point now. So what I'm going to do is I find, starting from that point, I find the furthest point away from that one that is within its window, and I call that the furthest point. So now I have a new range. So that new closer point could be really close, or it could be up here, or whatever. And that's probably how I do it. Which should probably be a setting as well. Like the hit group length. Because it's a sphere, and because it's a sphere cast, I could have points that are down here on the sphere and way up here in the sphere, and they count as the same thing. Because the actual length that it takes to those points is really similar. This is a setting, so I'll say max body count. I'll default to Okay. I might kind of be thinking about it the wrong way around. For the distance stuff, I think it should be fixed to the closest hit, and then I allow hits within a range of that one. And the window is always based on the closest hit. Because I'm thinking about what happens if I find a point up here on the window, well, the window moves. If I find a point, this is closer, this is further. If I find a point further out the window, I ignore it. So, yeah, that should be how it goes. Because then I would be setting the early out to be whatever my closest point is plus some value. And that's the early out. Anything further than that, I definitely am not going to use it. I can ignore it. So yeah, then in that case for max body count, I don't need like a number that I'm going to check. I can check them all. I just, you know, it'll close in and start ignoring other bodies because their hits are definitely too far away. I will say 4 bodies. And then I need to look at collision constraint again. How does that work? Oh. I can see where this happens. Oh, that's really simple. Okay. So it solves normal velocity constraints and then it solves contact constraints. All right, yeah, that's what I was hoping for. I was hoping to see it there because then that means I can just kind of add it as a very high priority contact constraint and I can just treat it like that. So it's going to be called, while it will be called inside of the constraint manager, solve velocity constraints, it should be the last ones that call because they should be acting like contact constraints. Spring contact constraints. And I want to look again at what this does. So the collision happens in on steps, so I just have, yeah, essentially at this point I would just have a list of constraints and I just call setup on them and then solve and then all that. Although there should... Wait a second. Contact Manager Physics Settings. What? Physics settings are Constraint Manager? Contact Manager? Contact Manager is created from physics settings. Which means physics settings. What? Physics settings are a contact constraint manager. Contact constraint manager can be initialized from physics settings. So I still can't access them. was wondering like what are the odds that it provides the contact, but it doesn't. Okay, so I really do just have to like do it all myself. I don't think I want to limit the contact points then. I think it is just the case where I grab the closest one that I have and I allow all points further away because this is still supposed to be like for friction stuff. So I'm just adding that. I guess like technically this can like give better results if I do it like that. But I don't think I want to because like this must just get pretty difficult to manage doing all that. Yeah. What if I just allowed it to work that way? Look at these again. Oh, interesting. So this is like a smaller version that doesn't track bodies, basically. That's what this is. That's exactly what it is. Okay, that's cool then. So I definitely won't be using warm start. But, well, I mean, okay. Actually, I think I can. Because if I find, let's say, step 1, I do this body, and I say I'm colliding. Step 2, I find the same body, and I determine that I'm going to be colliding with it again. I would reuse... I would know it because I would find this constraint in my list assigned to this body, and I say, okay, let's warm start with that. And then that would be great. Because that means much more accuracy. Okay. All right. So then test sphere constraint. So yeah, I think I only, yeah, I still would only have one max up part because that's pushing on axis constraint. I think this is the one part, and then these are lists. And the way that I'm going to do it is I will also have a list of body IDs, and those are just going to be in whatever random order they can be in. And the idea is that my collector, I grab the 4 or whatever the max number of bodies that I want to collide with, and I match them up to existing ones. Once I've matched up all the existing ones, then I will overwrite any ones that I haven't found to ones that did not match. And then those would just have like a maximum. This one can be the normal constraint, I think. That's probably the best for this to be the normal constraint. And then the other ones, I think, become like contact constraints, including the spring part. So there'd be a spring part for each of the other ones. And friction. So for each body, there would be 4 times the number of constraints. Friction constraint. Yeah, I think these are still per per body axis constraint. Okay, I think what it would be is that I do all the spring parts, and then I do the max up part, and then I do all the friction parts. That's the actual order that it goes in. So these can just be normal. Um, this would still be a list, and I believe axis constraints, the contact constraint, I think it even says it, specialized version or something. Axis constraint part, specialized contact constraints. Yeah. Contact constraint part. It has to be a pointer. Because I need a dynamically sized array. So there is array here. Okay, dynamically sized. Okay, yeah. And I forget how arrays work. I think they are just M elements. So is M elements just a pointer? Or is it like a pointer of pointers? It's a pointer. And then how do you reserve or reallocate whatever it is? Okay, what's the default array allocator? STL. I don't know what that is. What? Standard allocator. Um, how does wheel the vehicle handle multiple wheels? Array. All right. Guess it's also actually just in vehicle constraint and not here. Array of wheel pointer. Okay. That's what I needed. Um, so my idea is I could also just use a map. Um, which would make it easier instead of trying to manage them individually. So how can I make it so that I guess I'll figure that out when I get there. Unordered map forward. Um, honestly, maybe not. It might just be easier to have the arrays and keep them ordered so that the I guess there's just like there is like kind of there is a real performance impact to memory there where if I can have it be statically sized, then that's going to be way better because it's going to load all of it at once. That is also a struct of arrays type case. Where, which is fine because I know that I'm going to go through all the spring parts. I do the one max up part, and then I do um, whichever order it goes. Then I would do the two. I guess in that case I would do the three in a row. So I would do friction 1, friction 2, angular friction, friction 1, friction 2, angular friction. So it would be suited there. And I really don't want to have pointers because that just sucks. It would be ideal if I don't have a bunch of pointers. If they're all stored in place. Contact constraint stores a bias and then it stores effective mass, total lambda. R1 plus UX, R2X. Okay, I get it. This is static. Static is just nothing, right? Kinematic extends static and adds this. And then dynamic extends kinematic and adds this. If it's not static, okay, okay. This is where kinematic comes in, and then dynamic, okay. Okay. And I guess what I'm looking for is that the size of these is the same. Casting, these aren't virtuals. In fact, they're inline. Okay, I guess what I'm trying to think of here is when I use it. Am I able to combine them? Like, are they the same size and the same layout? Okay, they're not the same size. Because... Man. Okay. I mean, the array doesn't have to be pointers. And I can sort of help it by having the type 1 and type 2. Well, yeah. By having the type 1 and type 2 in the same array. Okay. So I want array. Let me go look at wheel. Does wheel include array? Nope. Okay. So I can just have array. And I'm going to check really fast what the order of this is. Do you do the spring and then max up? Or the other way around? Spring, max up, friction. Spring, max up, I don't see friction. Oh, I think that does it. And then only max up has position. So yeah, this is just one. It's kind of annoying if all these have to jump out like that. I guess I can do like wheel does and just have the using whatever equals that. Wait, do these have to be? Uh, I'm gonna sit down. I gotta do reading. So essentially what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to emulate what the contact constraint manager is doing. Without it could be easier, less work, to have a get contact constraint manager on physics system and just call the things. That could be easier. So I'm going to start by reading the fine collisions and really trying to understand what it's doing with the contact manager. Because otherwise, if I'm going to assume it's going to be easier to just give it more contact constraints. Give it some fake contact constraints. That's my guess. Probably the most important part, though, is figuring out how it manages its cache and how that works. Because I need to be able to insert into it at a place where it's expecting that. Collisions depends on gravity. Because it needs to know the velocity. And apply gravity requires step listeners to run first. Is this in reverse order? No, it's honestly just like a random order up there, but this looks like it's more of the actual order. Because this is doing pushback. Which to me means that this is like the order that jobs are supposed to happen in. I'm not seeing anything that looks like there's some in between step where it is calling some preparation or calling some clearing. It looks like it does everything at the start, and then it runs all the jobs, and then it calls management functions. So it looks like if I could almost practically just call process body pair, though it looks like most of this is just figuring out the collision points and then adding that as a contact constraint. So possibly what I want to do is I forget the first part of that sentence that I was just saying. But I think what it's kind of doing is just saying, I mean, there's a lot of like kind of difficult to follow. But ultimately this call is the call where I give it the two bodies, I can create the manifold, body pair handle, add body pair. Okay, so that's taken care of. Link and activate bodies. That's taken care of. The thing is, this IO contact allocator is the one parameter to this. And that parameter is always, it's either this M contact allocator or it is contact allocator, which is this, which is provided there, which is that. So it is a contact allocator created from get contact allocator. This is probably not a copy and a reference only thing, if I had to guess. Should call this once. Oh, okay. So how about this? Okay. So I guess the alternative here is somewhere in physics system, I have something that's like a generate contacts or something, where I can just have like I can just invent a contact point that exists. Even if it doesn't really exist, I can just create one and pretend like it exists. Which should be fine to do that. And then find some way to include it here. Well, maybe not, because... Wait, what? Here, of course. Oh, I get it. I get it. Finalized contact cache, which I saw was called, like all the way at the top. Okay, I just figured out how this dependency stuff works and why these are numbers. Remove dependencies is just decrementing a value. So it's like if you say you have a dependency for it, then you say, all right, remove one dependency, or you would call the number of times that it has. Okay. So it really does look like I can add contexts anytime I want. I don't have to worry about that other thing because they even say they start multiple. Let me check. Yeah. So we create a job for multiple collision. Okay, so each one can create an allocator. And they should all be able to run at the same time. That's my thought, at least. It runs them all at the same time. At least to me, that's the only way that really makes sense for this. Well, the second one can start processing collision work. Hello, ASAF457. This ordering is a little bit weird, though. I'm not exactly sure how remove dependency works here before it's even started them. Don't understand that one. Thanks for following. How are you? I am okay. I am reading the Jolt physics server code, physics system stuff, because I think I want to do something with collisions. I can use 7A not on coding. Alright. Cool. Spawn job. Because I think what it does is it... Yeah, because this is like creating and you pass a function. It doesn't call this function, so I don't get remove dependency. This one's really confusing to me. Because we create the job and then we just call remove dependency right away. If it was written beforehand, then I'd be like, okay, sure, we're removing the dependency so it can run and then we create the job, but this is the other way around. 4 down coding. Yeah, I mean, I would expect it to be slower. At least because you have to think about every single word you're writing. It's not like natural language, where a whole category, a whole portion of your brain is dedicated just to creating words for you to say. Yeah, I don't get that one. Find collisions. It calls job find collisions. I'm trying to understand this one because this has a try spawn. Job try spawn. So how does this prevent recursion? I guess it's this. No, I don't know. You have to go. All right. Thanks for dropping by. Find colliding pairs. I provide add pair. Add pair creates add pair puts them into body pairs. Which is the queue. And then we create another one for each one of these. And I assume by that point, okay, I'm gonna not try to think about how this prevents recursion. I'm just gonna assume that it does. And this is the main part of the code. This is like this, I guess somehow this does it. Finalize contact allocator. Guess I should look at what this does. Okay. Okay. That's probably the concern. This is removing dependency inside of find jobs. Jeez. Okay, maybe it would just be... Maybe it would be easier to do it by hand. And not try to find some way to step into this. And add everything from like some callback. Okay. Possible idea. On step, I should be able to add shapes. So what I could do is do the raycast, do the normal stuff, create the list of spring pushes, and then just add a shape to the body that matches where the raycast ended up. And that, in theory, could handle collisions. Just by that shape just by the shape existing. Existing. That was really hard for me to say. Maybe. Well, yeah. Because if I... No. I think specifically I don't want to do that because that also handles collisions like pressing into it, and I don't want that. Well, think about it. I raycast down wherever it hits, shape exists. But for collisions on the next frame, I don't want it to exist there. I want the body to move, and then I cast again, and that's shape position. Because otherwise what's going to happen is if I put the shape there and let that handle collisions, what's going to happen is that shape is going to stay there when it moves the body. Then it calculates, or well, yeah, that shape stays there when it moves the body. Maybe that's fine. Is that fine? Maybe that's fine. Okay, let me go to broad phase, find colliding pairs. I want to see what this does. Because what I want it to do is I want it to use... If I spawn the body and it's not technically intersecting it, but it's like, it could be really close. That's what I want to happen. Find colliding pairs. Tree find colliding pairs. Expand the bounding box by speculative contact distance. That's exactly what I wanted to see. I was just thinking of that. I'm like, it's going to do the axis line bounding box, and it should use the speculative contact distance. But then what I want to see is that bounds 1 overlaps bounds 2. Pair collector add hit. Really? Okay, so this is like, yeah. The bounding box collisions and then process body pair checks for real point collisions. And then I guess it's possible it could have none. Though it does have to validate contact point. Oh. Okay. So nothing. So this one is weird because it's not actually, it seems like it, oh. No, this is it. It's not it. What? This is it. This is the one. Okay. Sim collide body versus body. Which I don't really need to worry about that because I have the shape. And I get every point. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so I'm gonna say doing it by hand is probably gonna be easier. Probably easier. So I'll do that. Then in that case, I need to figure out how to add how it adds these to a list, because they are templates, which means they have different sizes, which means I don't know how that works. Contact manager, add contact constraint. Why do I have a change in here? What's the change? That's the change. Templated add contact constraint. It uses a key. Creates a hash. There should be a... There's no function with that. It has to create a contact constraint. Contact constraint type 1 templated. Type 1 constraint, create constraint pointer. What do you do with this pointer? Where does it go? It doesn't go anywhere. It is called create constraint. Where does this go? Create constraint, constraint size. That's not. Constraint to offset. Oh man. Also, I've never used a new like that before. I think that's, is that called like placement new? You tell it, you give it the pointer and say construct this here. Okay. So I would have to have a templated. And where was it placed? It's placed, M constraints is a pointer array. No, it's just a byte array. What am I saying? It's a byte array. I don't... Is it worth doing that? Number of constraints and next constraint offset. Interesting. Interesting. So we store the index in the lower 32 bits, and then we store the offset. Or it's alignment technically, but yeah, also it's offset. Or I guess the next constraint offset has to start there. Or it has to start there or higher. So I obtained this. This contains the current offset. I bring it back down. I grab it. And then I store it. And M constraints, and I obtain the offset. Right. And then that's the thing. Okay. All right. That's not like complicated, but it is possibly overkill. Maybe a little bit. I just don't know if I really want to do that. This is like kind of crazy. Especially for templates, it's kind of crazy. And I really don't want to put templates in here. I could just store them as is. Because I think the reason that they exist like that is because they're a little bit smaller memory. But if I know that I'm not going to have too many of them, it's probably not a big deal. For the actual physics server, a lot of collisions can happen, and saving memory is definitely worth it anytime you can. So let me just see exactly what the difference is between these. Apply velocity step takes in, what do you call that? I would call solve. So I warm start, I give the two bodies that it's warm starting, and it uses that. Set bias. If I know that I'm clearing it, then I can just use 0. Though I don't seem to be able to change the total lambda when it's running. But that's what I would do. If I get a new one, I would just clear it. Or I could just call deactivate. If it's not used, then I would call deactivate. Or if it's being reset, then I would call deactivate. I would call setup. Or not setup. Calculate constraint properties with. What does this do? Calculate constraint properties looks sort of like mass 1, mass 2. And a bias, so it actually just looks like calculate constraint properties. Which will then grab their inverse mass. There is not. I was going to say, I think there's one where you override. There's not a solve with an override for mass. Just fine. So I'll just call setup with the two bodies. No bias. and that would just be friction. Then axis, that's what that one is. It's inverse mass, inverse inertia, R1 plus U. I can't remember exactly what that is. R2. Right. Contact constraint. What I was looking to see is if I could find really quick if bias is set to anything. I'm going to assume bias is not set to anything. But then there is like the estimate collision response somewhere. Which kind of contains the whole thing, I think. Okay, well, I'm confused. How does that work? Um, settings. What? What? You can't say this is inline and then not inline it. I guess you can. What do I know? Relative angular surface velocity dot that. Surface velocity 1. Oh. Yeah, what am I thinking? This is friction, of course. Although, I guess I don't actually care about restitution, which is like when two rigid bodies hit, do they bounce or do they absorb? Like which one absorbs the energy, right? Like which way does the energy go? Does it all just rebound back into one object because it's really bouncy, or does one object absorb all the impact from something really bouncy? That kind of stuff. So I still don't actually worry about that because that's not what a spring is. A spring is technically like at least in this case, the spring is a perfect absorber. It perfectly absorbs the energy. And then, depending on its compression, pushes back later. Or pushes back in response. So I actually don't worry about that at all. I guess the max up part sort of turns it into a perfectly elastic thing where all the energy bounces or something. So I guess that's it. Though I suppose that in that case, it's like then I could say I could have a restitution there. Does the spring take in all the bounce, or does the other object absorb all the energy in that case? So I guess there's that. That's a possibility. Okay, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay. So there is the combined friction. Which I guess only matters if there's actually friction there, and then in that case I would disable everything. Or I would disable whatever it is in that friction. So calculate constraint properties, I need to somehow obtain settings. The settings of the collision. Which is somewhere up here. M, combine friction, which I'm going to guess comes from physics system. I would just call physics system combine friction. That should be something I can just do. Like get combined friction. Something like that. Yep. Get combined friction. Get combined restitution. And then I would just pass in contact constraint manager, combine function, which should just take in two bodies somewhere that function is defined. There it is. Body 1, shape 1, body 2, shape 2. Same thing with restitution. Okay. So I won't be using contact constraint part. I will be using axis constraint part. And I'll just use erase. these are angle constraint parts. Um, now that I think about it, if I do hit that max up part, then it becomes a rigid collision. Which means it actually does apply to everything individually. And I guess I could combine all of these. Though probably not, because I know the order that I'm going through is I'm going to do all of the axis parts, or all of the spring parts, all of the up parts, and then I'm going to step between friction and angular parts. Is it, I mean, the sorting thing. The sorting thing. Maybe here's the thing. I start with dynamic bodies instead. I drain everything to the largest. I have the dynamic bodies ordered most massive to least massive, and I do it in that order. And then I do static bodies, because the static bodies are absolute velocity sinks. Anything extra left over disappears into those. What I was thinking before is I would start with static bodies and then go massive to least massive. But if I start with static bodies, it's pretty much guaranteed. If there's a large dynamic body beneath my feet and a static body, the static body stops my body in its tracks, and then the dynamic body is like it doesn't even know that I'm there because I have no velocity anymore. So it seems like it would be best to start with the most massive dynamic bodies. Or, I don't know. Because then it's kind of like the case where if I start with the most massive one, it takes all of my velocity, and then I pass a very small amount, or it takes most of my velocity and I pass a very small amount to a very small thing. Which, I mean, maybe is fine. Because a very small velocity on a very small object, a very small force on a small object, is a large velocity, comparatively. So maybe that's fine. This one though does kind of bother me, but it's not going to be a big list. It's going to be like 4 things. I don't think I'm going to go much further beyond 4. I think the simulation is going to get really complicated. I could jump it up to 8, but I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to get that complicated. I think 4 should be enough. Because even in the case of 4, if you're standing like 20 things, I think it's totally fine if only 4 of them are moving. And then those ones will move and push the other ones around, and then you end up on different ones, and then, you know, that happens, right? It'll be spread out over time. But as long as at least 4 are going in, then it's probably accurate enough. Hello, Irving. 08980. I think this is fine. And then because I want to be able to reuse them, I need a list of body IDs. What are you doing? I am adding like a spring, a more complicated spring thing similar to like what Jolt does for vehicle suspension, so that I can have legs. So for the main character, for the player character, you would have just like a big spring cast for ground movement. And then for the robots, each of their legs would have this. Effectively like a leg simulation using a spring. Work on AI? What kind? Because now I have to ask. Because AI means 2 different things. What's the right way this should be? What do I want? I think what I want is the spring length. There's only going to be 1 value for that. Contact position, this is per body. This will be the average position. Same thing here. This will be the velocity of the average point, I think. Yeah. Actually, I have to look. I'll have to figure that out. This would definitely be the average contact normal. Plane constant, I don't need that. what do I need back from this? I need to know friction's handled now. I need to know whether or not I'd be slipping and the normal, like if I could jump or something. Super intelligent AI. Okay. I don't get it. We need to have like general AI before we get to super intelligent AI. So I'm not sure if that's a joke or if you mean something else that I don't know what you mean. How can I combine these? I'd like to be able to get the spring length. The spring length is fine. That's fine. This is different because there could be multiple of these. Wait a second. I think the max up is actually always reset. I think that's never used. I think that one is specifically always reset. Never mind. It's not that one. This one is maintained. Okay. I make an AI that's really smart. I still don't know what that means. Okay, so that stays. That's per body. Everything's maintained. Let me try to understand this one. Why is that reset? There's a comment there about why it's reset. Okay. Yeah, I get it. That's like because the engine or the brakes can change the velocity of the wheel, which will affect that. And I guess just in that case, there's no point. Or like responsiveness is better if you don't do that because you might waste a lot of time. You might drain velocity by doing that and then saying, oh, we actually didn't need to do anything, but you've already lost the velocity. Which, yeah, if I think about it, it kind of sounds like it means if you hit the brakes and you stop spinning and then you release the brakes, it's going to actually maintain that and it's going to bring you to a full stop and you're never going to be able to come back. That's probably what happens. Which I guess in that case, if that was a problem, then you probably only would do like 50% or something. Like just not use one. Okay, well anyway. The max up is maintained. So I guess that's fine to keep. Because it deactivates if it doesn't need it, so. I want to see this quick sort thing. Because I think then I'd probably need to sort these. And I use this as the index. And I sort them by checking that. And then I would actually invert. I would sort these ones depending on the sorting of this one at the same time. Who has that? It's a collision thing. Collision collector. Implementation. Quick sort. Start and end, and then a value. So that's not really a thing. Okay. They is that like Watson? Is that what you're describing? That sounds like Watson. The Jeopardy bot. I mean, that's an implementation thing. I'll figure that out when I get to it. Though I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to do now, because if I all of these need to be maintained in the same order. I mean, quicksort's not even a problem. I can just re-implement it if I want to. It can just be an internal quicksort, unless this has something crazy that it does. Quicksort. Just call this one. Less than 2 elements, we're done. Fallback to insertion sort insertion sort if there are too few elements. Really? 32 it just goes to insertion. Compare. Yeah, these don't provide indexes. If they gave indexes, then I could. Whatever. Kinda. I mean, that's what it sounds like. That's what they did. They favored Wikipedia and newspapers. They definitely weren't using any Reddit, I think. Because it was all trivia, which was like stuff you would just find on Wikipedia. I think their biggest problem was actually saving or was storing Wikipedia on the robot in the room. That was their biggest problem. because I think one of the rules that they had was that the entire system had to be contained right there. Although I think actually it was sort of a cheat because they were in a special location where they had a huge server room somewhere in the back. So even though it wasn't on the internet, it was actually still a very large storage area. And for it to be able to search them quickly. This is what? Want to hear the specs? I don't know if I would even understand the specs if you told them to me. But go ahead. Okay. All right, well, honestly, if it just does insertion sort, then, like, well, you know, what's the point, right? I have, like, I'm thinking that I want to have a hard limit of, like, 16. And they say 32 or less, we do insertion sort. So, though that one I know quick sort better than this one. Okay, that's not what I thought this was. Oh, wait, no, don't they need a... There it is, okay. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, the only thing in that I see is 2 GPUs, 512 RAM, 512 gigabytes of RAM. That's all I get out of that. I mean, honestly, maybe bubble sort would even be... Probably not. Insertion sort's probably always faster than bubble sort. If I had a hash map, I wouldn't need to worry about order because I keep my key list ordered and that's it. Though that does introduce cache things where running every frame could add up. Or like if I have a crawler with 6 legs and I have 10 of those, that's possibly a really large bottleneck. Possibly. Because 10 of these things have 6 legs each, that's 60 legs, and this is keeping track of 4 bodies. So 60 times 4, that is 200, 200, 240. Yep. That's 240 things every frame. That, I think, is substantial enough to worry about. So, keeping things lined up. I should probably not use a map for how many of these things could be running at once. But anyways, I get 2 NVIDIA RTX Pro 600 and 512 gigabytes of RAM. Yes, I mean, that's, yeah. That's about the only bit that I understand. I guess the issue is these two, because these are like interleaved, where I'm doing 2 axis and then I'm doing an angle. Then I'm doing 2 axis and then I'm doing an angle. Which that could turn out to be a problem. And I definitely don't want to do pointers. Definitely don't want to do pointers. Wait, it already is pointers, because that's what array is. Array is not storing the elements in a line. It's storing pointers. I think there is a thing where pointers are arrays of pointers are common enough that they actually do expand them out, and they try to lay those out together. But that a vehicle uses it, I don't want to sort of like explode this thing where, okay, this could store a pointer to some sort of template, and that contains everything in a fixed size. So this object stays small until I grab that pointer. I could do that. So I would have like a template here. I say a template. That's not really how it works. Can't you create... I want this to be good. How can I create something that's fixed size from a dynamic input? I mean, technically the way to do it is to be like, if size equals 1, create 1 size. If size equals 2, create 2 size. And then when it exceeds some preset value, then I say, no, you can't do that. I could write that up. Thing is, I don't want to over allocate. The other way is to say, oh, if 32 is the max, then I'll just always allocate 32 until I say 4, and then I have like, 60 legs running at once, and then that is 32 times more memory being used than I should be using, and that could seriously become excessive. So won't do that. I believe I can change references, so I could store a reference and have a default of like 1 or something, or 2. And then depending on the size, then I change what the reference is. Though it's a reference, but this thing needs to own it, so it can't be a reference, it has to be a pointer. And I also really don't want to write out a bunch of if size equals 1, create size 1. If size equals 2, create size 2. What is a vector? Vectors are arrays. Vectors are C++ arrays. The thing is, wait. I only need pointers if the type is not known. But I know the type. I know the type. The problem is that array by default uses pointer. Which probably vector probably also does. I would assume, because that's a template. How do you know? Well, I guess. Wait, no, I've actually misunderstood it the whole time. I misunderstood this entire time. The elements is a pointer, but it does not contain pointers. It contains this. I'm stupid. Okay, so arrays it is. Array it is. Okay. So how am I going to store this? Let me move. Does this show alignment? Nope. I'm not even concerned with alignment either, to be honest. Yeah, so I think this can go away because I just have contact bodies. That's the array. So I think that just goes away. Contact subshape ID. I don't know why I would want this. I guess it's just nice to be able to have that. I'm sure there's something somewhere in the future where maybe I would be glad that I have that, so I'm going to keep it. So I have contact bodies. I'm just going to move this up here. And sub shape ID. I can collide with multiple shapes at once. So that probably has to be a map. I don't think I see a way around that. I think that one has to be a map. And then probably contact points is then organized by shape. Because each point is going to be assigned to a specific shape that it collided with, I think. Shapecast results. Yeah, each point is associated with that. So in that case, I probably have what Godot would do is it would have like get contact bodies, get contact shapes for body, get contact points for shape on body. That's what it would do. I really don't like that. I think what I would prefer is that this probably just returns an unordered map where the key is the the key is the body and shape, and the value is the set of points. I think that makes the most sense to me. And then I probably just look back at how this does that, because this uses subshape ID pair. That's probably exactly what I should use then, isn't it? Return hash bytes. Because at least in this case, this could be different. Well, okay. It's actually not, because there is only one shape, and it's not even a real shape ID. It's actually just this one, just these two. So perhaps then I would just do like maybe just subshape ID. Nope. I mean, I could still use this and just pass like zeros for that. Probably fine. Yeah. Okay. Uh, key hash find read cache find. Okay. This is like a very special thing. How is it structured? I could use that offset thing where because I have all the collision points known ahead of time, I use that to save a list of offsets. So when I ask for the subshape ID of object, or when I ask for subshape ID 1 or object 1, or the offsets would be like, what do I store? I would store the offset, and I would store the size so that the number for the last one is its offset is the size minus its offset. And that's how many there are. I'm talking about doing Godot, how Godot would do it, where I would just say get number of contact bodies. It says 3. Okay. How many how many shapes are on body 1? There's 2. Okay. How many points are there on shape 1? There's 3. All right. How many points are there on shape 2? There's 2. Right, that kind of thing. I could store it as an array of array. Though I don't like that because that's bad memory. If it was stored in one place, that's fine, but this is going to be like, it's going to be sitting there and probably never used. But it needs to be available. So it needs to be stored compactly as possible. Which means if I were to do that, I would like individual contact points. I want that. So to get to individual contact points, I need to have offsets for the shape counts. I need to have offsets for the points. And that's probably it, right? So we just have an array of uint, I suppose. So this would be contact subshape ID offsets. And then I would have the actual array of shape ID. It's the body ID. Pointers. Sure. It's probably fine. I can keep an array of pointers if I want them. I really want to write concat for some reason. I seriously want to write concat. I don't know why. I keep writing concat instead of contact. I feel like I've definitely, it's not like I'm used to writing concat or something. It's just happening. Contact point offsets. So what I would do is if I say, I would say, give me the contact points on body 1 subshape 2. And it would say, okay, so where's the index? So body 2 or body 1, I look at the, okay, let me make it more complicated. Body 2, subshape 3. So body 2, I look at body 2. I go to the offset for shape IDs, body 2. I get the offset. I use that offset to start at its first shape, and then I add 2 to get to 3, to the shape 3. I say shape 3. Shape 2 would be 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So shape 2, well actually yeah, I guess it makes sense then. Body 1, shape 2, that all works out. So body 1, I look at index 1 to get the ID offset. I start there, I add 2 to get the shape, and then I have the offset. This is if I want the shape ID, but I don't technically need the shape ID because I can just use this offset and I say, all right, so I know that this is where the points are. Or actually, no, I don't. I know this is where I look for the point offset. So then I get, okay, so that body 1 leads to this. I add 2 leads to this. And then I get the points. What are these? RVec3 R. Those are a reference? Why? Why are they reference? Why are they reference? That's kind of silly. That's what R means, right? They're reference. Math types. Ooh, what's an RVEC? Is that a float 3? Okay. Math. Real. It means use the highest precision available, which is actually what I want to do. So this one's this one is part of setup for constraints because this is just going to be the average point velocity of all the points. I believe so at least. I should have muted before I lifted the mic because that is very squeaky. I think this does I need to find setup. World space contacts. Average the contact points. Yep, there it is. Relative linear surface velocity. And then we incorporate that. Yeah. Yeah. Crossing with an angular velocity somehow just like perfectly just works. Not exactly sure how, but it just works. So yeah, it's just the average point. So when I do contact point velocity, it's just the average point. So it will just be calculated once. Contact, it's the I want to drop the S's because I kind of don't like that. I don't like S for lists. So if I have 6 of these, wait, number of steps between collision. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. No, it's just yeah. It's just to make it so it happens slightly less often. So I could say when we're active, okay, well, when it's active, it should probably always be 1. But when it's inactive, then there's not even a way to change that through Godot. I'd have to add that, but I guess the option is there. Like, if the body is disabled, it might go some extra frames between checks, which could probably be like a really good time saver. Though generally, I don't think the bodies are ever going to be deactivated like that. If I deactivate them, it's going to be like very intentional, where they're just turned off and they're not going to turn on until you get close to them. It's not like they will turn off and then like, I mean, I guess that could happen where I turn them off, but you can still see them from the distance, and you could shoot one, it sends some part flying that goes underneath the leg of another one, or maybe there's a moving platform and I've deactivated it because the object or the platform is not deactivated. The crawler would be, and the platform passes underneath the crawler, and then it wakes it up and it causes it to move. I don't know. I probably would just like leave that as it is. I might never get anything that serious because that would be, I would only be doing that if I have a lot, and I don't think I'm going to have that many. Okay. Here's the setup. So the body ID list will always be ordered such that the number of valid ones in a row are the number that exist. I guess I could actually keep track of the number and say like the number of active bodies. That probably goes up there. It's greater than 0. Get contact body ID. These ones just say that. Uint. Okay. In index. I could make this an inline so it's a little bit easier. What is it? J. If I end up needing it, then I will add it. I think I may not need it. Would be, yeah, it would be context subshape ID offset. That should be the layout of it. Okay, yeah. It is the same thing every time, so. I'll just make this the JPH assert. And it should also be able to return the contact body itself. I don't know why that one wasn't. Maybe it was. Hello again, Asaph. Get contact sub shape ID. Get contact position would be... I think it should be the same thing. No, it's a lot extra. So um the contact points are organized by subshape ID. An RTX 5070 and 16 gigabytes RAM. Nice. Check this out. Open obfuscator. MVLL. I don't know what that is. What is MVLL? Oh. It's they reversed LLVM. So I think I have heard that obfuscation could possibly provide performance benefits because it's essentially like a pre-pass optimizer. But I don't know. I think that whatever. Other than that possibility, I think obfuscating code is kind of silly. I think that's sort of in the same area as like DRM. I mean, think of it like a book. If I'm gonna write a book, I'm not gonna like encrypt it using the I'm not gonna encrypt it using the Enigma machine because I'm worried about people stealing my book and reprinting it. That doesn't make any sense. Most obfuscations actually degrade speed. I mean, I guess it can go either way. It depends on, I guess, what it does. If it's just name mangling and inlining, it's literally just a pre-pass C++ compiler. Because that's exactly what it does. It name mangles and then inlines. But if it's inserting code, like altering what you've written, then yeah, it can slow it down for sure. Yeah, I mean, I would compare it to that. Like, I'm gonna write a book and then I'm gonna sell the book with a decryption key. What? Like, the part of code that people see is the UI. That's what people see, the visual aspect of it and what it does when you interact with it. That can be copied perfectly. There's no reason to obfuscate source code because that doesn't actually prevent anyone from just copying you. If you don't want people to see your code, then don't publish the code online. Like, it's also that easy as well. Unlike me, where I am both recording myself typing every single letter and putting it online publicly. So we're going to scrambles a code and it has little to no hit on performance. So that one I sent is the compiler. It compiles the code in a way that makes it hard to reverse it. I mean, it just means that when you do reverse it, you're just looking at stuff that, like, probably makes no sense. I'm going to assume it probably reverses to literally one file. With forward declarations all over the place. And you're looking at it and you're like, yeah, that's great. That's useless to me. But I mean, I would think that if you're compiling with like the maximum amount of optimizations, that would also be the same result. You won't be able to get it back to like anything. It would come back looking the same way, I think. Makes up for script kids to do shit. Script kids aren't decompiling code. Someone else decompiles the code and paste it online, and then they find it. Okay, so contact position. And the organization should be contact position offsets. I provide the subshape ID offset. Like this. I provide this. Because this should index into the offset array. And then that I add the in contact point on index. That should be how it's laid out. Now the only issue is that if I provide a number too high here, it will be a problem. So here's what I'll do. I'll write it all out. And then what's the size? I can just get the size. I know the size. I can ask. What is the size? Because it would either be this number can't be greater than the next offset minus this offset, or the size minus this offset. So I think I see size. Otherwise, it is size. And then I do assert that offset is this, and I assert that size minus sub shape offset that in sub shape index is less than that. So if bind index is less than that, then we grab the next offset. So it'd be like 10 minus 7, which means 7, 8, and 9. 3 things. The subshape index has to be less than that value. So then I'll return sub shape offset plus in sub shape index. And I'll let that all be written out because this is actually just kind of not too much. Testing a new compression tool, it took 2 days to turn an 2 days? 88 megabyte file into 4 megabytes. Is that like video compression? Because that sounds like what video compression does. I could say like check subshape ID. Which returns the offset. Maybe I'll say that. And these have to be marked const, otherwise it's going to be a problem. Lossless compression of a tar file. Interesting. Uh, no. What? Subshape ID offset. Subshape offset plus subshape index. So it's going to be like this, where I do the check and that passes into subshape ID offset. Yeah, because it's like the exact same thing, actually. Yeah, because this is the offset for this subshape. Okay. And maybe it's better if this just returns that plus this value. This is just subshape index. This gives me the contact point offset. If contact point, we're checking here. Size is that contact point offset of that subshape index. Okay. What? Yeah, I think I need to do it this way. Size is if the subshape index is less than the size of the subshape ID offset size, then I grab the next offset. Otherwise, I get the size of this is wrong. This should be what I'm indexing into. I mean the subshape ID size. Alright, that's correct there. That should be written this way. This size, this would be the subshape index is less than the contact point offset size, then I do contact less than size minus 1. If we're not the last one, then I grab the next one. So contact point offset and subshape ID share the same indexing. Subshape index, subshape index. Otherwise I get the size of contact point. And then I assert that the in contact point index is less than size minus I need this one's offset is the contact point offset of this one. Because I start here and I will add that. So this needs to be less than this. And then when it is, I can return contact point offset plus in contact point index. Okay. Okay. Man, how did time go by so fast? Okay. I'm gonna leave it there for today. I am going to update the commit. I'm gonna close all that because I don't want any of this to be saved. I don't care about that. Well, I've already commit pushed, so, or get pushed, so this is also gonna be gone. Okay. Okay. I'm just working on how this is organized. Okay. That's really not much for, but I guess I had to spend the first part of the day getting things cleaned up because of the update. Check that I just have one different. Okay. And maybe raid. Let me check. Can I look? Can I look? Can I? Because I don't think I want to do it, because I think he's streaming with someone else. I don't know. I don't know if that's weird or not. Like he's doing a collab. Is he? Okay, never mind. I think I misunderstood. Alright, I'm gonna do a raid. I misunderstood. Start? Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, thanks for watching. That's it for today. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully. I kind of messed my sleep schedule, and I've been struggling to get back. But today was a better day. So, yeah. I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully. Goodbye.